back to Dragon Quest Builders 2. What happened last time? Oh yeah, I dug a hole to finish planting for Pastor Al's requirements, and then Rosie wanted us to do something. What did you want us to do, Rosie? Oh yes! Right now we're kind of just in the waiting area, because to get the next quest, we need the pumpkins to grow. And they have not yet grown. So we're gonna do something a little bit productive while we're waiting for them. I have a tab open that tells me where all the mini metal locations are, and we're gonna go get some of them. I initially intended to just come back, but it turns out Firefox plays nice when I'm streaming the Switch, because the Switch is doing all of the heavy lifting. So I just figured, why not? Now I do have maps. The guide does have maps where these actually are, but the maps are a little bit vague. You're gonna see me kind of guess-working around to see if I can find it. I need to actually look at the whole map here. They don't actually show this mini-map all the time. They sometimes only show the normal bird's eye view, which is not the best. But I know roughly what I'm looking for. I know there was another guide that showed everything. Oh, I was stuck on a vine. That's what the problem was. The good news is that if we trip over one, it'll add itself to our map. And actually, there's one up there, I think. But if you look very carefully, you can see that there's a spot on the mountain here that looks different. There's a 4x4. Ah! I really freaking hate flying enemies. It doesn't matter what game it is in, they're always just such a pest. They're not dangerous, they're just annoying. I think it's actually inside the mountain. Well, I'll worry about that a little later. Might have to find a different guide, because the guide is not helpful. It literally just said north of Furrowfield, but what it has on the map is absolutely nothing like anything is anywhere near Furrowfield. That said, we do have two of them labeled now. That one I thought was in fact a map. I know how to get to that one. That's the one I thought it was. Need to go this way. We actually need to go this way and tunnel in. Through here, I think. You know what? I got medicinal herbs. We're taking you now. Medicinal herbs, and Malroth has a much better weapon. Oh yeah, this is going way better. Ah! Okay, he's down a level. Hit him. I already said it before, and I'll say it again. It's just so annoying that monsters do not give you enough time to get away. You can see there's two of the stupid slugs taking pot shots at us, even though we're nowhere near them. And didn't even venture close to them. They're trying to attack us. I really love this game, but the person who designed the monster AI was not good at their job. Where are my herbs? Go this way. Here we are. This is another water puzzle. Basically, we need to get water from here to into there. You can do this whole puzzle with your gloves and trying to lift everything up, arrange it all, do it good, or you can just do that. It's habit from games with smaller inventories, and I just kind of don't think to keep anything I don't actually need. In the immediate sense right there. Yeah! I really love the fact that the puzzles are like the rest of the game in that it presents you an objective, and as long as the objective is solved, the game really does not care how precisely you solve the objective. There's another one down this way. Checking because I'm never really sure where anything is. Gotten a better guide. Right? Here it is. All the puzzles will always have what you need for them on hand, at least. So there's not really an advantage to bringing extra stuff with them. I need to figure out where this first one. Are you serious? So they got their directions completely mixed up. No wonder I couldn't figure it out. It's south. South of Furrowfield. Where this thing is. I think that happened last time as well. The one thing I like about chests and stuff, you can get on the chest and then use it to get up over to the wall. Yeah, here, this is the one that I was looking at. So, south. Great. Fantastic. A+ editing on your guide there, guys. Two we've done. Puzzle 3. Did. 4 we just did. Puzzle 5 is a new one. I know it's just to, like, get you used to how puzzles work. But it is kind of silly. Oh no, you can shove right off. Orc Farm, we just need to go south. And it's right there, right in the open on top of the Chalk Mountain. Easy enough. Also, those Reapers that we saw before will actually attack you if you're out in the field, but they're like significantly less of a threat because you can just, ow, you just walk away. Puppy found something. Where is it, Pie? That was a very roundabout way to go over here. Malroth, kill the crab, please. Thank you. Okay. So it's... because this is the only way that's carved to make for easy ascension. It'll be up here somewhere. That is also a possibility. Bingo, there you are. I will say that I am disappointed, but a lot of these shrine puzzles are basically exactly this. Just, can you make the thing symmetrical? They're harder to figure out how to make symmetrical. I will give it that. But I would say a good 70%, 75% are just finish building the thing or make the thing symmetrical. Okay. That's 5. Where is 6? 6 is... the actual switch is lagging a little bit today. Go west and find some way to get through it to the... There's a giant hole right there, which let us do just that, so... hey. Also, I didn't say it before, but if you hold down B while you're in the water, that's how you do the, futile jump to get out of the water. This one is just easy. Slime picture. So... make it look correct. Think. Yeah. It's actually really easy to tell what you're supposed to modify, because if you see me walk over here, it won't actually let me pick anything up. If I switch to the hammer, even looking down, it will not let me touch it. It will never actually let you touch any part of the puzzle that is preset as your guideline. So if you're not sure which side you're supposed to work on, just try to break something on both sides. The side you can't break something on is the side is the side that you use as a guide. Also, for some reason, some people say that you have to clear out all the debris on both sides for this. You don't. You just have to make the little smileys match. You don't get anything extra if you clear out the debris. Sleep well, Mav. Yeah, honestly, I would prefer repeats than just literally sit and twiddle your thumbs. I'm just saying that, unfortunately, for some reason, they really cheaped out on making the mini-metal puzzles creative. Actually, really close to the next one. Go ahead and run to that one. Also, part of the reason why I like leaving the mini-metal cleanup for a little later is because of, going to new areas. It's actually one that I completely skipped by when I was talking to Bodkin earlier. You have to pull that out, but you also have to be proactive and fill it as well. It requires you to use 2 tools! Or you could just equally fill up all 3 of them. Or you could just fill up these 2 with the bottomless pot and it would still work. 7. 8 is back near the ruined church, but we got a bit of walking. No matter where we warp to, we're gonna have to do tracks. We have to finish that quest for that one Bodkin dude that I completely forgot about anyway, so hey, coming this way was a good plan. See you later, Mr. Ghosty. Sorry I summoned a skeleton to break your church. In my defense, it was already pretty broken. So, I'll fully admit I don't really like the Bodkins. Who's going to the thing? I don't really like the Bodkin kill the enemy archer quests, just because it feels kind of tedious. Just because you get the huge ambush of them before you get the quest, and then they just kind of spawn very... This is actually one of the slightly more trickier ones. You might think, okay, what am I supposed to do here? It's not exactly obvious. But it's fairly simple. You just want to put these 2 flowers on those 2 green blocks. It helps if you remember the whole thing of all of the materials you need must be in the immediate area. That cuts down on what you could do a lot. Because there is not a single shrine that will require you to get stuff from another area. Or bring it from home. Also, holy crap, there's like all of the Bodkin archers I need are right here. This doesn't normally happen. That was definitely new. I don't think I've ever had that many just spawn right there. Paralysis. Also, the other reason I hate this is because these are one of the most annoying enemy types in every game. Types that run away from you. Running enemies are bad enough in just turn-based RPGs to be incredibly irritating, but in action-based combat like this, it's absolutely infuriating. As you can see from the monster AI detection list, just trying to do one thing will drag you into fighting like 4 or 5. I think my record for monster chains was I had to fight 20 in a row because they just would not stop detecting me from far away and then running up to pick a fight. It was a wee bit annoying. Also, I missed you said that earlier. That's actually really cool. We have 10 acorns. We will probably not use them for anything whatsoever. Like, don't get me wrong, trees are awesome, but they also get in the way. There's one major thing I'll use them for, but I won't actually do anything with that for quite a while. Yeah, his tail is basically just an overly long version of what we already know. Which is just there was an alliance. They used to get along. Something happened. And that's riveting, I'm sure. But I want to read that. The pumpkins have probably grown now, but we only have 2 of the mini metal shrines to get left. So I'm gonna go ahead and grab those. I also have another quest waiting for you, but again, they can Let's see. We just need to go straight this way because what we're... I really wish there was a setting you could toggle that would immediately take you to the little sprite map, because the overhead view is so much less useful. I used the sprite map like 5 or 6 times, and then the overhead view like maybe 3 or 4 times. I should say 5 or 6 times every half hour, and then the actual overview like 3 or 4 times in the entire chapter. I don't use the overview very much. It is useful. There's stuff that it's useful for, it's just not anywhere near as useful as the simplified and easier to read. And see, this is where we need to go. Even got nice little steps here. There's another orc boss here. Damn it! Get it, Malroth! Pi runs away to stay out of the fight. Stab, stab, stab. Am I stabbing or sla- That weapon seems like it's more designed for slashing. I don't really like that monsters can pivot while trying to do that attack animation. That makes it even more difficult to get out of the way. And you sure can't pivot when you're doing an attack animation. There, it's dead. Our reward for that is some more seeds. It's always useful, but that's not what I came here for. There's the shrine. See, this is the case where an overhead view is useful because I know something nearby. What I'm looking for. And this is a blatantly easy one. Fill the thing with water. Done. You're good to go. Just point it and tell Malroth he needs to deal with it. Right, I am getting hungry. Oh, I should... Okay, see, this is what I mean by enemy spawns. This is kind of ridiculous. We had 3 of the Draki and 1 of the orcs. Nothing else was here, so I went to get this, and now suddenly we were being attacked, like, by at least 10 of these things. Seriously, whoever did the enemy spawns in this game should feel bad. They were paid way too much for what they did. Anything spawned is ridiculous. I've literally had it where I have cleared an area, I have turned my back, I've walked 5 steps, and then 4 enemies, which have spawned immediately and directly behind me, come up and start attacking me. Where's this final one? The final one is actually not one we can get yet. It's in a place we actually do not have access to. We'll have to pick that up a little bit later in the plot. But those are 9 of the 10 mini metal shrines. That was the word I was looking for. And of course while we were gone, the pumpkins grew all nice and plump. You know, I don't really like green vegetables all that much because they always look kind of gross to me. But these pumpkins look really good. What you got, Rosie? When you, do you grill pumpkins? I don't think I've ever heard of grilling pumpkins. That's new. Yeah, like I said, the detection range for them is absolutely ridiculous as well. This is why it's actually Chapter 4. I was calling it Chapter 3, but I'm mistaken. It's Chapter 4. This is why Chapter 4 is such a misery, because it's a combat-based chapter when you're not a combat character. And it has tons of enemies that have gobs of HP, are super strong, and can knock down everything that you're building. I don't know who designed that chapter, but they did a bad job there, too. Huh. Also, Malroth showing that he's actually really dang smart. Wrigley has a job for us. Wrigley? There you go. Please stop clipping through Rosie, that's rude. Yeah, I'm not gonna do that. The other issue with trees is that, because of the way the game works, where it is designed to be mostly played in third person, trees just block your camera and makes it already harder to see. Also, if you look in the background there, Oreo, in the building directly in front of us, you can see Clayton standing, I believe, on top of the chest. Clayton truly is a jerk. I probably would be more inclined to make lots of trees if they weren't just such a pain to deal with. We need to grow a tree and then make a swing. Hey, Bozo. Oh yeah, one thing I forgot to sum up as to you, Oreo, is they keep talking about this Harvest Festival. Oh god, they really do. I'm actually going to have to make the fertilizer to make this stream viable, because we would literally be sitting here for half an hour waiting for this tree to grow otherwise. I'm not even sure if I'm using Hyperbole. I'm pretty sure it takes that long for a tree to grow. Just a sec, Lillian. Wow, everybody has quests they want now. This actually happens every time you get a quest to ring the Builder's Bell, just in case you don't have enough gratitude to do it. Which, I'm sure it's possible to not have enough gratitude, but I've never had that problem. Because you have to wait for other things, and then you have to go gather materials, you do stuff like the mini-metal shrines. It's really easy to build up gratitude just over time. You must move faster than I do, then. I lost 2 wheat seeds. I'm actually not gonna replant anything that runs out here, because it's not worth it. We did the 400 square thing we needed to do, so there's really no other reason to replant these, because you're never going to run so low on the seed that you don't have food. That said, I am keeping all this food for myself so they can deal with it. Though there is a very good reason I'm doing that. Also, I still can't believe you've never run out of seeds, Pi. I feel like they just replanted the seeds and you never noticed. You keep chests of seeds full for them to replant. Let's see what these guys. I'll let him eat dinner first. Also, oh yeah, this part of the base is still broken because I just cannot be arsed to fix stuff NPCs refuse to fix. Just like, you don't want to fix it, then it's just gonna stay broken. I don't care. You have an insane amount of luck. That's probably it, though. If you don't actually, like, harvest much. I do, because I like building up lots of food. That's what I was doing. Well, pressing X makes a ding noise, but doesn't actually do anything. I wonder what that's supposed to do. And we're gonna make more of these. Chapter 4 is the worst because there's literally no way to get more seeds. And you don't have farmers in Chapter 4 after a certain point. Which makes it, like, even more terrible. Also, this is how Wrigley works. You put one of these down and he turns a whole thing around it into grass. Put this here for him to hit. I thought so. Doesn't work indoors. This is, however, very easy to fix. Take that out. Not a room. Back down. Yeah, you don't actually have to put the worm food on a viable piece of ground. You just need to make sure it's outside. He can now green up this entire area without me having to, like, take down the kitchen or anything. Yeah, that would be why you never actually lost any seeds then, because you do it in alternate ways. What does Lillian want? Well, I believe she's going to request we make her... Yeah. She wants an individual room. And this is where you would learn how nameplates work if you didn't mess with them earlier like we did. I do kind of wish the bases were larger, because if they were, I would probably be interested in doing a thing of making every single person their own room. But bases also have, like, a height limit. You can only build them so high before they stop counting. You can't just designate one area for, like, an apartment block and just build it 100 miles in the air. It's higher than I thought it was. Come on, Saffron, you can do it. I actually do really like Saffron. Also, I don't know why it says between, because that's not how bunting works. I wish that was how bunting worked. But it is unfortunately not. Bunting is just a decoration you put on the... Hello, Dietrich. Is the decorations you just put on the side of... the side of buildings. There it is. It would be really cool if you could actually, like, string them between the buildings, but... This is bunting. It's nice, I like it. I just rarely ever use it because it's not as interesting when you can't, like, use it to link buildings together. And? Okay, that's new to me. How? I've never been able to get that to work. Holy crap, you actually can. My mind is blown. My mind is totally blown. I've never gotten that to work before. I must have just been standing at the absolute wrong spot then. I learned something new today. Kinda came here to find people to enslave- I mean, hire. Kinda need farmers. Saffron, we're a builder. I don't think we really care that much about what the children of Hargon consider heresy. That's a little suspicious. I mean, we were told Moonbrook was destroyed. Maybe Saffron doesn't know. This does seem to be kind of in the equivalent of the Boondocks in Dragon Quest World. Especially if nobody is traveling, then no information is being spread around, so she probably doesn't know. Saffron's thing is done. Another quest over here. That's Perry's. Yeah, no kidding. From what they said before, the children of Hargon give food handouts, so that's how they, I guess, survive that way, but there's so much else. I don't understand how it hasn't killed them yet. Harry, number one, you said that multiple times, and it's not been true any of those times. Number two, I don't mind if you ask me stuff. Have you not noticed that half of this base is built because people ask me about things? It's fine, dude. Calm down. Yep, we learned how to make a jack-o'-lantern. We're going to handle Lillian's room first. Oh, first, I want to show... You might notice that by putting these meadows down, we've got something grown. These are what the medicinal herb bushes are. They're They're an easier way to get medicinal herbs, but like I've said before, they're not reliable, really. Go ahead and go to sleep. No, I don't really think they are. Morning, Malroth. Oh crap, I knew something was coming when I saw the color. Okay. Where are they? Yeah, and here is why I hate this mechanic more than anything. Look where this actually spawned. So I have to... Did not mean to do that. I have to remove this. And I have to remove both of the fencing to blow this thing up. I literally have no other option. That is what is required of me to do to get rid of that. You see, they can also spawn inside of your fields and completely destroy what you have there if there is an empty spot. See why I find this mechanic just irritating as all get out. Malroth, don't clap. And of course, since you might have noticed that there's not actually any indication of where they are, guess what? You get to play a guessing game! And if you miss even one, it will explode and make the area in your base dirty again. Isn't that fun? I didn't realize that, but yeah, like... Okay, I got all the ones that I can see. So if there is one around, I don't know where it is, and I'll just deal with it when it bursts. Like, this is the... This is the Minecraft problem, is that... The game does not seem to realize that people don't generally want their stuff to be broken. That field is fixed, this field is fixed. Thankfully, it wasn't too awful this time around, but... Oh, right, I have to actually... So I use the watering... I use the pot instead of the hammer. I have to actually fix this. That's an easy fix. I'm just gonna... What you do is you pick this up, put this down, break a cabbage. Sorry. Look down and then you just hold button. And it will fully fill itself back up. Oh. Field fixed. Oh, I gotta fix this spot. Yeah, the water range in the pot makes it while you're in your fields just terrible. Also, always make sure to let go of the tool use button before you let go of the look down button. If you do it in the other order, then you will have just flooded your field. Congratulations. Cut. Look at all this food we're getting. That's actually a really good way to do it if you do have a habit of messing up. I'm careful enough that I don't mess up that often, so I prefer to not leave a spot open. Especially because I tend to make very, very large fields for a reason I'll discuss a little later when that mechanic actually comes up. Pumpkin on that fence. That's a really weird line out of context. Okay. So that is done. The entry keeps wanting attention. Let's go ahead and make Lily in a room. I do love the fact they just kind of like hop up. I actually put this. You know what? Since you're going places, Lily, and let's put it up high. The room can be up here. Yeah! You'll have a nice safe room the monsters can't get at any point. I remember, I just don't like using Bash very often because I tend to clear a lot more than I intend to. I use Bash mostly for just clearing large swaths, like when I'm... Swaths? For large sections, like when I'm trying to level something, and I tend to use individual just for... What's what I'm looking for? Precision work. That was the word I was looking for. I should check with Perry and see how many of those pumpkins he wanted me to make, or the jack-o'-lanterns. Yeah, that sounds about right, actually. So... 3? Okay. I thought he said 3. So just know you can put this down at any point, but it has to be inside a room for you to be great person's name. That there. Table here. Stool here. Put that there. There we go. Cute itty bitty little bedroom. This is Lillian's room. Honestly, this is probably the best place to put the little kid's room because she is up and away from all of the monsters. In fact, this gives me a cute idea as well. I really like Lillian. She's a polite little girl. I would love to do that, but I have no room for such a thing, Lillian. Though I probably could if I made the tower. That would take some experimentation, though. I'm not really willing to do that for Furrowfield. Well, if I end up having to sit and wait again, I'll see what I can do about it. Oh, we're gonna be making Lillian a shiny. We're just gonna go ahead and plant the tree seed here. Tree seed. That's technically correct, but it's an acorn. And now we just let that grow, and we wait for it to grow. Did 3 big old jack-o'-lantern. I do appreciate that the jack-o'-lanterns only take 1 pumpkin. They could have very easily made it take more pumpkins, which would have been really, like, illogical, but I guess balance-wise. Also, the jack-o'-lanterns are the first of the kind of deceptive furniture items where they will only take up 1 square, but you can see that parts of them stick out. So if you stick them in a square directly next to something else, they'll clip in, for example. Tree. You can see how it's kind of clipping into the corner there. Doesn't always look bad, though. I feel like I should make a 4th to put on the other side for symmetry. No, I think I'm gonna do exactly that. Alright, so we're gonna be getting a costume for the Harvest Festival. Nonsense, Malroth, you look fine. Everybody picks on poor Perry. I mean, he sort of deserves it, but sort of not. I feel bad for him. The alternate option is that Malroth just genuinely felt hurt that he got called a party pooper, which is kind of adorable when you think about it. Does Cockney automatically equal you being the butt monkey or something? I wonder. For this. Let's do something different. Well, I love the tree, but it is constantly getting in the way. Pumpkin Bell! Oh, there's a bit of spoiled dirt underneath the thing. Alright. First hit it to pick up all the loose stuff, and let's hit it properly this time. And that levels us up to 4. which is the max. Bases can never go over level 4. When you hit the max base part, you are most of the way through the chapter. We're actually a little over halfway. Well, most of the way, a little over, somewhere between those two things. So I was wrong last time when I said we were only, like, directly halfway through the chapter. Also, a load of new recipes. 4 recipes. I'll say right now that you can see how we got some, like, roofing and stuff. We are not going to be using roofs for a very long time, and there are 2 reasons for this. The first reason is because we don't get any roof that actually looks good for a very long time. All of the roofing that you see that I just picked up is very eh, and you can't make roofing out of blocks until you get the chisel, which we will not be getting for a really, really long time. The second reason is because the game treats any type of roof as a solid block, meaning you will be restricted to first-person camera or painfully zoomed in third-person camera if you go inside the building. So I don't tend to build roofs until I know for sure I am permanently done with that building. What are you 3 doing? Alright. Yeah, 2/3 might be better. Malroth is just weirdly cute. I don't know why. He's just the most adorable thing. Alright. Speak to the guests. And Rosie's really embraced her new role. The main issue I have with the dorm, thinking of it, is actually making it accessible. Because you would run into that roofing, or the tower dorm, because you would run into that roofing problem I just mentioned, and I would have to figure out how to work the staircase, because I don't think NPCs will climb ladders into bedrooms. NPCs will climb ladders into anywhere else, I just don't think they'll do it into bedrooms. I kind of was all wearing the same hats. Well, maybe if I put like a landing outside of the actual room itself, they might? Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Maybe that's what I did wrong last time. Also, I really love Malroth just press ganging everybody into our service. I might give it a go. Like I said, if we get another point where there's some downtime, I'll see what I can do. Also, question that's kind of bugging me, how are they still farmers if farming is not allowed, and has not been allowed for long enough that Rosie was being told about it for as long as she can remember? Yes! Okay, I don't know if I actually talked about this, but for those who don't know, Dragon Quest XI was the first in the series to have voice acting, and it was also the first in the series where they gave the option for the Japanese, because they have a Japanese voice track. I actually think this is one of the very few instances where the localization does it much more justice. Because it's clear, even just looking at the... You don't even have to look at the wording, just looking at the design of everything, it's very clear that Dragon Quest is meant to be kind of European in pretty much every aspect. Well, not every aspect, there's a lot of other continents and areas that have their own touch, but overall, most of the Dragon Quest world is meant to be European, with a lot of lean on Scottish and Cockney British. And in Japanese, there were a few problems. The first was that nobody had an accent in Japan. Like, in the actual Japanese voice track to Dragon Quest XI, nobody has... they don't reflect the accents that are supposed to match. And the other issue is that all of the names were kind of Japanesized. I don't really know how else to... Easternized, I think, is the better version. All of them were made fairly Eastern-sounding names, which clashes with the architecture and everything. Maybe not all of them, but I know at least a few were. So this is like really one of the weirdest things where I think the localized version is better than the original. Just because the localized version captures the view that the creators were so very clearly going for. And I think that, as a whole, being how the Dragon Quest series works, is actually very well reflected in the fact that Dragon Quest XI didn't have Japanese voice acting until the re-release. The original release of the English version added the voice acting, and Japan thought that was so great they finally added it in, because 11 was originally created without voice acting to stick to the traditional Dragon Quest experience where none of the characters were voiced. It's a very fascinating sort of thing to look into, to see that one of the best series in Japan is barely Japanese. Like I said, there are areas that have different types of cultures. For instance, a place called Sniffelheim in 11 is very clearly meant to be, what was it, Norwegian? And then you have Hodo, which is very blatantly Japanese. It's really just, it's really fascinating how that sort of thing tends to work. I don't think that initially required a tomato and wheat to build. Oh, God, son of a, no. And of course they go directly for the hole. This is the other reason that the NPCs refusing to fix stuff is so irritating. Because apparently I was wrong. I left a fully open way for them to get in without having to touch any of the stuff I've actually built, and they instead just walked over and started breaking a corner. They had a perfectly good way to walk in right here, and instead they decided, screw it, we're going to break this random corner. I have no idea how it's pronounced. And of course I try to fix it and immediately get ambushed by an enemy. I'll say it again, the monster spawns in this game are terrible and badly done. You know what? I've been putting it off for a bit, but I'm annoyed with this. It's time to actually do the pit. That might be it. If that's the case, I think the English voice actors have perhaps messed up. I'm pretty sure they pronounce it Hodo. But it's been a little while since I've played Dragon Quest. Well, here's the smash. 3x3. I don't know how deep, so let's find out. Oh, for crying out loud! Yes, I get immediately and very intensely annoyed when the stuff I've made is broken. Because it's really just, like, the dirtiest sort of trick. Have stuff that the player has worked on just be broken. Yeah, it kind of adds a sense of, I guess, seriousness to what's going on because you're worried about what you've made. But at the same time, it also heavily discourages you putting any kind of actual intense effort into anything because it's just gonna get broken anyway, so why would you even bother to put that effort in? Like, that's why you don't see the grand castles in survival mode in Minecraft. You see those in creative mode, and it's only partly to do with the fact that they require so many resources. The majority of the reason is just people can't and won't get put in that effort in a mode where it could just be completely destroyed. This is actually why I didn't get into the Builder series for a while, come to think of it. Because I tried Dragon Quest Builders 1 and I hated it. It reminded me of my few attempts at Minecraft at the time. And just sitting there going, okay, well, every single thing you build is at risk of being destroyed, on top of the fact that in Dragon Quest 1, when the chapter is over, you've completely lost your base forever. You can't go back to it, you can't get anything from it, it's just done and gone, and everything you built is theirs forever. I don't remember what was the reason I agreed to give this a try. Oh, for God's sake. Also, this is also extremely annoying. Having things that... Like, look how far away we were when these things aggroed on us. I know I keep whining about it, but it's because it keeps being terrible. Like, how would they even see us down in the trench? That does not really make much sense. I think I just really, really wanted a Dragon Quest game to play. And I wanted another building game to play because I was really craving that, and I just didn't like Minecraft. But it kind of ticked a lot of boxes, so I was like, oh. Okay, really? Come on. How about you screw off, huh? I think the introduction of Malroth also helped because another major issue I had with Builders 1 was the fact that the combat was so like, dirt terrible. And then they said, well, you'll have a character who will do all the combat for you, and I just went, you know what? I'm sold. I'm gonna stop whining about how dirt terrible the monster spawns and detection and stuff like that are. I'm just gonna say my final piece is they are, and it feels like they got an overworked amnesic intern program it, and that's the last I'll say on it. So wow, Brittany and Malroth almost killed the Reaper. That's new. Brittany did kill the Reaper. Way to go, Brittany! Okay. So I guess a pro tip for anybody who decides to play this on their own, the moment you get the bash, come out here and make this pet. It will make your life so much less terrible. Realize I forgot to actually make ladders. I'll go do that real quick. 20 should be. Fine, Britt, you're fine. Walk it off. Also, it's light. Why have you not run away yet? There you go. Step one is we put ladders on either side here. For actual peeps to get up, because I think I said it before, but monsters do not use ladders. Next, the brambles, and why we picked these up in the first place. It's gonna be a little tedious to actually get all of these outlined, and I am absolutely gonna have to go get more. But this will save us so much pain. I'm gonna put a bridge up so they can get across. I can't make Malroth not be there, so there's not really anything I can do about that. Yeah, I'm absolutely gonna have to go get so many more of these. NPCs are generally smart enough to use very thin bridges, if you're worried, by the way. Like, I could leave this like this, and they would be able to... Not specifically. Nope. If I do this, they will now take the initiative and just cross this slim bridge to get to the side. And this is what the pit is for. The monsters just walk right into it, and then they're no longer your problem. I'm actually not gonna extend this. I'm gonna leave this short. Yeah, it's asymmetrical, but you know what? I don't give a crap. Yeah, see, Malroth just ran right across it to get at a random slime. Okay. Sure, you do you, Malroth. Yeah, thin bridge so the NPCs can get across, and then just fill the entire thing with vines, and your base defense problem will solve itself. And I really, really should have done this earlier. My life would have been... I would have been significantly less frustrated. Also, I apologize if people think I'm getting a little too heated over what just happened like twice. But I need to point out that I know for a fact that there is an entire game based around what happened with that skeleton, just 40 times worse. And I've played this game for hours upon hours, and I am just very, very used to stuff I have worked hard on being just broken without any recourse. So I tend to get kind of heated about it fairly quickly. Yeah, the monsters actually can't run away if they don't have anywhere to escape to. So it's also a guaranteed kill, I believe. Oh, I'm on the rock. Like, why am I not swinging? Where was I grabbing? I'm gonna need a lot of these. I need something to do while we wait for that stupid tree to grow, so hey. I want you to know the first time I've actually played this, I didn't put it in hummus. I think I literally just put the controller down and went to make dinner. And I was able to prepare dinner, cook dinner, and eat dinner before the tree grew. I eventually resorted to just running out to get more materials again because I had nothing to do while waiting for that stupid tree to just grow. Also, a good use for the bash is here as well. Because you can pick this stuff up. I just don't really use it when it's in like cramped quarters like this because I don't want to generate more blocks than I need. Not out of any kind of logistical reason, just because it annoys me to see stuff laying around and I don't want to pick it up. Oh yeah. I hate the slug monsters so much as well, which is probably what was feeding into me being incredibly frustrated. I just despise the stupid things. I've literally had them detect me through a wall. So when I walked out of the wall, I was immediately hit with one of those slime balls from off camera that I had no hope of dodging or even realizing was there. I'll pick up everything in like my base or areas, then I just immediately delete it, because why would you want to keep some of this crap? Like literally the only reason I keep spoiled soil at all is because a recipe requires it. That's it. I don't mind. It's not so much that the dog barking itself is annoying, at least to me, is the fact that if you're in an area with seeds, you are constantly going to hear it barking because it's finding them everywhere. And like, finding seeds is a good thing. Seeds are good, you want seeds, but when you're trying to specifically do something and you've been sidetracked 7 times in the last half hour because the dog will not stop barking at you until you actually come inspect it, it can get a teeny bit annoying. I think part of the annoyance comes from the fact that even if you are there and doing the thing, the dog is still barking at you and won't stop until you have picked up every single seed it can detect. If it just kept barking until you actually came to the area, that'd be a lot more understandable, but it just will bark, 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 bark until you actually finally finish collecting everything. I don't know if this will be enough, but I'm going to bank on it being enough, and we're gonna go back. I love the dog's bark. I think perhaps another problem is that, the dog is the only animal that makes noise. Which probably adds to why it's annoying. At least to some people. Really gotta stop that. I'm just so used to holding the button and then holding back to put stuff down, but you can't do that with the vines. You'll get yourself hurt. This we're going to leave. Gap like that. So that there is Plenty of room to get around it. There. There. Guess I'm basically having to inch my way carefully to make sure that I don't impale myself on it again. Now we can just go back to straight putting these down like that. There. Carefully. Carefully. Malroth. Malroth! Stop! I don't even know how to set it up, so you know what? Good enough. Probably gonna have to go and get more of these vines. I don't think this will fully fill the entire trench. Oh, this definitely isn't gonna fully fill the. We're almost filled the entire trench, though. And for any other game, I might have just filled that in and called it good, but considering that the monsters literally ignored a fully easy, full-on access to go break a wall that was 7 feet to the side of the easy-to-get-in access point, I'm not taking any risks here. You can find more of these. Here. Probably stop humming because I think with the slight delay, I'm always somewhat out of sync. Also, just so you know, you're going to be seeing this a lot, me just getting so tired of the constant enemy spawns, I just flat out ignore it and try to go about my business. I am still so not looking. Oh no, what are you gonna do? There's a whole lot of these here. Oh, you're thinking of you're gonna give me something good so I can focus on that instead of just crying in frustration? Yeah, I'm gonna do my absolute best to stay as, like, cheerful and positive as I can, because there's only so much of somebody, like, screaming you can take. But it's... The best way I can put it is that there is absolutely no way to make that to compensate for that chapter. The very way it's built shows off how terribly made and flawed what they built it for is. Like, they built stuff specifically for that chapter, and the very chapter they built it for highlights what a terrible idea it is. I can't think of any better way to put it. You could write that fan fiction. Malroth is doing... There's nothing I can do about this. Because we're not considered in base, Malroth, it's a free reign for Malroth to break stuff. I just gotta deal with that. I got way more than I needed. Well, it doesn't matter. Yeah, so that's immediately going to hit me, but it doesn't matter because I can just immediately walk right out. The pit is finished! Yeah, that's what I should have done, but I didn't think of doing that. So, that's the problem. There. Pit is officially finished and now spawns are no longer a problem. Which means I guarantee you they're going to stop happening. Now that I've actually finished the pit that I was putting off, I'm not gonna get any more spawns that can break my base. I can almost guarantee you that's what's gonna happen. Alright, let's check on the tree. Trees? Oh wow. Okay. When it says hummus makes the trees just shoot right up, I didn't realize they legitimately mean that fast. Holy crap, okay. There's a swing. Yeah, sure. I've literally never seen a tree grow this fast. So pop that in a tree, you get a tree swing. Easy as pie. Oh, that's a good point. I forgot about that. So here is the second type of worm food. I think it's the final type of worm food because I don't believe there's another type. It does the exact same thing the worm food we have now does, except that instead of a meadow, it turns it into forest, which means there'll be a lot of branches, a lot of trees, stuff like that. Like I said before, I probably won't be using it for a very long time because there's a very specific way to make the meadow work well. Oh, I see what you mean. That's actually a good plan. I'm gonna do that really quick before we do the Harvest Festival. Oh, for God's sake. Yes. Actually navigating the pit is super annoying. You do not understand why Pi and I both absolutely loathe these things by now. I don't know what to tell you. Get down in there. Getting rid of these little climbing spots in case they decide to get kind of cheeky. There is nowhere to go but the pit. I actually got this idea from Pi herself. She did this with her Furrowfield and showed me. I was like, oh, that's a really good idea. I should do that. Go ahead and dump everything back in. For now. You really should be proud of it. I really only have myself to blame for not doing this earlier. I still cannot get over the fact that I left an opening into the base so that they would walk into the base instead of destroying my hard work. And they turn and start trying to, like, burrow into the base anyway, for no reason, when there was a much easier way to get at the crops. And you can't even say it was because they were trying to destroy the base, because that's not what the pop-up said they were doing. It said they were going specifically for the crops. Also, now that we have the base fully upgraded, the gratitude is worthless for the moment. We can make some use of it a little bit later, but right now there's nothing we can do. Go ahead and clean out this ravine. Yes, I am in fact waiting for all of the residents to go poo. There we go. That looks nice. So we're gonna make a lot of those worm food. Actually, you know what? I'm just gonna keep them. I could use them to make the entirety of Furrowfield completely lush, and I was thinking I was going to do that, but then I realized I had a much better use for them a little later on. I'm going to plant these though because I want more medicinal herb. I'm tired of being hurt and achy. Alright, Rosie, let's get this started. Hey, Rosie wants to come with us! We... Harvest Festival time! So what did you think the costumes were? Did you think they would be something kinda cool or neat? Did you think we might get a unique sort of outfit for it? No, we just have a pumpkin on our head. This actually severely disappointed me the first time I played, and it disappoints me every time after when I look at it. You just have a pumpkin on your head. Did I actually make the poison needle? I didn't make one. I'm never gonna use it, but it, like I said before, you have to make something at least once to get the appearance for it, so. Also, since it moved us immediately to night, apparently all of the bushes regrew. I honestly don't know for sure, but my best guess is that it has something to do with the Headless Horseman? Also, we can put on farmer gear. Notice that our book is gone, though. Seeing our book on our back apparently only actually works with the builder's default costume. And that's exceedingly weird to me, considering basically everything you do has your builder pull that book out. Oh, perfect. So when you first harvest a starred herb, you get the strong medicine, which restores 45 HP. You cannot get strong herbs from chimeras. You can literally only get it from harvesting bushes. I keep both types of medicine around because they use different ingredients, and if you have a bunch of the 30 HP heals, you can just scarf 2 of them and heal more. Let's talk to everybody. Let's start with Malroth first. Malroth is not very happy about this. So I'm going to admit I'm not entirely sure how Perry got this thing on Malroth's head without Malroth noticing. I'm going to assume Perry just walked up behind him and slammed it on his head, then ran away screaming. A lot of these are the NPC farmers, and they won't talk to you. NPCs never say... The, like, generic NPCs never say anything more than the little dribbles. Also, Clayton's embraced the lifestyle, I see. Also, make sure you talk to everybody before you talk to Rosie. She's the one with the exclamation point. Because that'll end the festival. I kind of hope I can get Saffron's outfit sometime soon. I do know it's an unlock, I just don't remember from what, but I want to wear a pretty dress. Also, I like the fact that Malroth is somehow using a hoe. How about you, Pastor Al? How you doing? Huggy! That's the puppy. I don't know why, but I really love the me handsome phrasing. Or what you would call it. I just find it kind of cute. So you can't save during the festival for some reason. I'm not really sure why. I mean, not really. People are just walking around with pumpkin heads. It's kind of boring. So fun fact, when I first played this, I harvested everything before I talked to Rosie. And I was like, oh crap, did I break it? What happens, what the game does when that happens is it just immediately progresses to the sequence after they've harvested everything. I've never actually seen this happen, because even when I did Furrowfield, the second time I did the same thing, because I thought that it didn't matter and nothing would happen. This is actually the first time I'm seeing this sequence, and it's kind of cool. Unfortunately, I think they... Oh no, they're putting it in the... They're putting it in the chest. I was about to say, I think they keep it, but no, they just put it in the chest. This is really cool. Yes, I'm taking the fruits of everyone's labors. I dare you to try and stop me. Honestly, it's just for, again, something a little bit later. I mean, I don't need to be quick about that. It's for the Isle of Awakening. I want to store up food to take back there so they can cook a lot of it. Because there's a very specific reason we're going to need gratitude on the Isle of Awakening, and we're going to need a lot. Like, how much we've gotten so far here is barely a drop in the bucket compared to what we need on the Isle. Also, a really weird thing is that we never find out what this ghost's name is. He never tells us. Yeah... Also, no, he won't. I don't think he actually helps in waves at all, which is a little annoying. Yeah! So the main two reasons you're going to want to hoard every bit of every crop you get your hands on is because you need it for the NPCs to make food, because that is the easiest and fastest way to get gratitude. But you also need it for the builder themselves to make food that they can eat. I'm probably gonna cook like 99 bread off screen, because even if we can't take it with us to the next island, we're still going to need it. So it's good to have it stocked. Oh, poor Pastor Al. And? Aw. Pastor Al's really cute. Also, I just noticed Lillian is barefoot. I don't think I've ever noticed that before. Yay! And the pastor's gonna come back with us. This is the best day ever. But yeah, if you harvest all the crops so there's nothing to harvest, it'll just immediately skip to you talking to Pastor Al and then talking to Rosie again. Because talking to Pastor Al and I think Wrigley is required to advance the quest. Let's end this boring, bland harvest festival. Also, I decided, screw it, I'm not going to be mean. I am, in fact, going to fully flush Furrowfield. Yes, this means I'm going to have to grind off screen for a while for something else, but you know what? I don't care. I might whine about stuff being left behind or whine about stuff being destroyed, but you know what? I'm proud of the things I build, and I'm proud of how I leave a chapter. Mostly. So screw it, I'm gonna put all, well, a large amount of my effort into Furrowfield. Not quite all. Oh, that's probably not good. Oh! Hi! Oh, his name is Alakazam. Okay. So it's a pun on two aspects. Good to know. Apparently the giant scream got everybody out of bed. Yeah, we're about the size of, his hand. Roughly. That's a big boy. Also, Pastoral actually used the bridge. I'm kind of shocked. Ah, this must be the brainy baboon. Makes sense that he'd be the head honcho, considering the helmet and the size. Also, those are some ominous looking clouds. I like it. I mean, I don't say this to offend Pastoral, but I would really like to see him try. I don't think he could break a single block. Yeah, I have to give the game credit. It somehow made pink feel very threatening. I don't know how you do that with pink, but they managed it. Oh, I guess Pastor Al's being dismissed. Oh, that's not oh, I guess that's a type of dismissal. Eh? Oh, there goes the tree. There goes the tree with extreme prejudice, in fact. No, you do that. You're the one who's spreading destruction here, buddy. Yeah, the whole builders spread destruction and despair is literally just the children of Hargon blaming the builders for the crap they do. Which is a little bit like somebody punching you in the face and saying they did it because they didn't like the way you painted your house. Yeah, we haven't gotten any new fighters, so everybody's as equipped as they can get. I'm gonna save again now that I can, though. We spent 7 hours and 2 missions trying to grow that tree, you jerk! And it wasn't even fully grown either! Alright, let's get this done. Oh, Malroth is angry. And I mean genuinely just as angry. Okay, I like Pastor Al. I'm gonna say this right now because it might not seem that I did. I really, really liked Pastor Al. I just kinda knew what was coming. As I said before, this is the 3rd time I've played this, so with the exception of a few specifics, I kinda know how things go in general. Also, someone's down there breaking the vines. I don't know who's doing that. But this is why the pit is so good. Yeah, somebody just burrowed a whole tunnel underneath. This by the way, is why I dug the pit 3 squares down. Because even if they burrow all the way underneath it, they won't touch any of the actual base. Okay, the big boys here might. I forgot they existed. But that doesn't matter, because you might notice that this is a... Oh, holy crap, one was smart enough to use the bridge. You might notice that this is a scripted fight. This means that any damage that's made, the NPCs will repair. So it doesn't really matter if the base gets kind of busted up. And now that the bridge is busted, there aren't gonna be any more coming into the base. The archers are a problem, though. Brittany, really? Oh, well, now it's my problem. Also, I'm gonna fully admit, I really hate the fact they introduced paralysis in this chapter, and we don't get the cure to paralysis until, I think, after this chapter, possibly even later. And they took out the ladders. Okay, I'm gonna need to do a slight touch up to the... Really? Yeah, this, by the way, is why I don't like the basic spawning waves. Imagine this, but you have to repair all of this manually. Pastor L, I don't know. He's kind of clipped into the stone there and not moving. Oh, there's heel slimes mixed into that group. Unfortunately, since I can't get back into the base, I can't help Brittany down there. She's just gonna have to regenerate health on her own. Like, as you can see, when people are KO'd, they will slowly regenerate health until they reach full health and get back up. The reason you want to put them in a bed is that they will regenerate health massively faster in a bed. I think it's something like 10 times faster in a bed. Hello, Mr. Nearly Dead Mage. Goodbye. I really do think they should have just limited waves to strong monsters and then left the destruction block monsters for the scripted events here. Because knowing that this is going to get repaired if I survive, this doesn't really feel frustrating or upsetting. It just feels very stressful and worrying. Or it would if they were actually, like, in the base and doing this to the base. I actually don't know if they're going to fix the outside of the base or not. I've never had them come out this far and bust up the outside of the base this badly. I guess we'll find out. Level up! That will make Malroth stronger and I get more health. Oop, I get something else as well. What do I got? What do I got? New outfit. I wore this for a total of 1 full fight. We'll find out in just a moment, at least. That's quite the The path of destruction they wove over there, though. Malroth. I kind of love how it's Malroth who remembers that Pastor Al is kind of passed out with gigantic claw marks on his chest. I think you're probably right though, Pi, because they actually say that even if the base is at 100% integrity. Yeah, they fixed everything. Good. Yeah, I had a run in one of the chapters, I don't remember which one it was, where I got really lucky and we killed everything before they touched anything in the base, and they still did the whole, the base is damaged, we should fix it up thing. See, he's still alive, everything's fine. He'll be okay. Interesting. The Dia tree is not fully organic. Well, it's not fully natural of a tree. It's organic and it's alive, but it was built. I think he's about to give us the most useful tool in the entire game. Yep. So we have the Windbreaker, and this allows us to glide. And this is the most useful item in the entire game, and we will be using it constantly. Also, fun little thing I didn't point out, your ribbon color changes based on the clothing you're wearing. Which is a cute little touch. Oh, we definitely are. We're gonna need it for basically everything we do at this point. He said it wasn't the end, Rosie. It's fine, right? It's not fine, is it? Oh no, it's not fine. Pastoral is unfortunately bleeding out on the little altar here. There he goes, like any other monster. Okay, I don't like you, Bonazo. I don't like that response. That's callous and heartless. Malroth? Yeah, this is the first time Malroth is experiencing a sense of loss. And Malroth answers it like he answers most things, with violence and anger. Which is not bad, but, it's definitely justified in this case. But you know Malroth's upset when he's talking like that. I find Bonazo kind of charming in that small little window between him accepting that he's going to help on the farm and the whole mayor shenanigans. Once that whole mayoral stuff comes up, I just start despising him intensely. Alright, Rosie, what you got for us? Like, I give the characters a lot of slack because everyone will find is brainwashed by the children of Hargon, but he didn't gotta have any excuse after he got over it. Also, we're gonna go loot a tree grave. Okay? That's a very good point. Considering we have absolutely no idea where to start on this whole Dia tree business, actually seeing the old tree might give us an idea. And yeah, the mission this time is just build a new Dia tree. It's going to be basically vital for where we need to go. The one little thing about the Windbreaker is that only builders can use it, which means Malroth cannot use the Windbreaker. But there's a very neat little way they get around this. Hey, Wrigley has an idea where we can go. And it kind of spoiled it right there, but Malroth just clings to you when you're in the air. That little pop-up just tells you what I'm about to tell you when we get into practically using it. Oh, Wrigley might know where it is. Like, legitimately know rather than have just an inkling. And the fact that he knows nobody can get there without being able to fly also makes sense why he never brought it up. Wouldn't be a point to. Rocky Headland? I don't think I've ever heard it phrased that way before. Also, despite the fact that the atmosphere looks like this, there's not spoil spores spawning. Ah, a little bit of a tongue twister there. First I'm gonna make the new equipment, because I honestly do not like the farmer togs. It's actually our first equipment here on Anvil. I don't know why the farmer togs aren't on the anvil. They just aren't. Oh, no, you have the book and other. I guess it's just specific ones that don't have the book or something. Anyways. Tomato farm. I will say I really do like how... I really do like Pastor Al. The one issue I guess I have with that scene is that, well, of course you like Pastor Al a lot, you weren't the one that he talked to the most. So it can be a little less emotional for you because you barely know the dude. I guess that's a good point, but there's still going to be a lot of clothing that you make from the anvil. Like, this isn't the only pair of clothes that you make from there. I'm pretty sure the bunny outfit, when we get it, will actually be in the anvil instead of the table, but I could be, I mean, I could be wrong. You might be right. Go, up we go. I kind of love they made like a little path out of spoiled dirt. Somebody actually put a sign here for the Dia tree. Oh god, we're hearing voices. If I start turning into monsters because I've somehow fused with their souls in the middle graveyard, I'm out. I swear. gonna check real. The last shrine is actually on a little island. But it's completely opposite for where we are. We need to go to an eastern. You jump, you press A, and then you start gliding. You actually don't lose height as fast as you think you would. Like here, using this actual area, watch how slowly you descend. You lose height a lot slower than most people would assume you do, from how other games tend to do it. Also, we just got out of another fight, so you know what would be the best thing ever to put in this building game with a non-combat character? Yet another fight! Also, I just finished watching a Shadow Hearts Let's Play, so that kind of stuck in my head. Interesting. So the despoiled Deitry is the one making the spoil spores. You know what I think would have made the combat in this game a lot less annoying? Two things. The first and most important thing is the enemies having a priority on Malroth instead of you. You know, the person who actually can fight. And the second thing was that if you could do more than just swing your sword. The spin attack takes so long and requires such positioning that it's just not really worth using the majority of the time, especially because if you interrupt it at any point before you are positioned and fully charged, you just lose it, you don't do anything. So combat's extreme. Like, it's not even that it's hard, it's just extremely boring. I think I said it before. But if they gave you something you could actually do in combat besides just swinging your weapon, I think it would be a lot more enjoyable. Like, the Builder is meant to be a support character, so why not let us... give us heal and oomph, or something like that. Let us buff Malroth, and then he can go to town, and it would be a lot more interesting in fights. Probably not, Malroth. Also, there's something kind of glowing in there. Really, it's the soul of the tree. Oh, it literally is the soul of the tree. I was kidding. Okay, this is kind of, deeply horrifying. If the tree was legitimately alive with a consciousness, and then it got corrupted in this is, we're kind of edging towards I have no mouth territory here. I kind of feel like that would be a mercy kill at this point. Poor little tree. So find the Holy Heartwood. Got it. Also, the spoil spores here are completely irrelevant. They won't do anything. Or at least they won't do anything in any reasonable amount of time. They might do something if you just, like, stand right next to them, but I've never tried because... why? This looks like the Holy Heartwood. Or glows like it, too. So as you can probably guess from the fact that it's starred, Holy Heartwood is unique. It's also one of those that you cannot regenerate through any means. We only get this 6, and we're only going to use it for a very specific purpose. Can't make any more. I mean, to be fair, the tree told us, and we know trees don't feel pain because trees don't have the nervous system to feel pain. I hope. Yeah, I somehow don't feel like it'll be that easy either, sir. Lady? Sir lady? Do trees even have a gender? Madame Monsieur. Let's go with that. All? Thing can be built. Curious. So here's the question. Excuse me. Here's the question. Are we giving birth to a new Dia tree or just reincarnating the existing one? We'll never know because the Dia tree we make will never actually talk to us. We have now destroyed the ill wind, and we just promptly Dante leap back to the farm. But yeah, since you've destroyed the ill wind, there will be no more spoil spores, I believe. Oh, good point! You're probably right, it probably is reincarnation. So notice what this says. This is Dia Tree level 1. When you see this, you are actually in the end game of the chapter, because the final thing you have to build has multiple blueprints you have to fill in order to finish off. I believe every single chapter ends with 3 separate blueprints that all combine into one major item, I think is how it works. But yeah, when you get to the 3-level blueprint, you are officially in the end game of the chapter. We were a lot further along than I thought. I definitely don't disagree with what I said before, that I think these chapters drag on a little too long, and you'll kind of see what I mean in a bit. But I think I was massively overestimating exactly how long they lasted. And look, even though the Dia Tree was destroyed, they couldn't destroy everybody's hopes. Will? Couldn't break their will, I think is a better way to put it. Oh, Rosie. There's also a little trick to the 3-level blueprints. Puppy! Wrigley, I really wish you would stop going underground when I'm trying to talk to you. Yeah. We are currently, let's see, for Furrowfield alone, we are currently at 9 hours, nearly 10. I was just randomly throwing out a number. I wasn't thinking of the number I said, but boy did I lowball that estimate. Also, I believe it's said that the builder is actually kind of winging the blueprints as they go. Like, they didn't make one whole blueprint and then split into 3. They're making the individual blueprints as they build. Yeah, we're talking to Rosie now will just tell us the, you need to build the Dia tree thing. Yeah, the builders, got enough skill and talent that they can do that. I just found it kind of amusing. Yeah! So this is why, these aren't so bad. Benazo is not being hyperbolic here. At every point after this point, when I think you've rung the bell at least twice, or maybe it's a specific plot point in each of the chapters, I don't quite remember, the NPCs will not help you start building. And this is not just the blueprints that you put down, but like for the story, but if you put down a normal blueprint and then provide the materials, the NPCs will build it for you. So if you build like a 7-hour ornate inn and then realize you need to move it, you just need to blueprint it and then move it somewhere else, demolish it, put all the materials in the couple chests, and the NPCs will fix it for you. We don't have the tool to do that yet, though. We don't get that until quite a bit later, I think. I will say that for a slight spoiler, these final 3 blueprints, they will provide the materials for themselves. We only ever have to gather materials for it this first time. So they will gather it and build it themselves, which is good, because these blueprints get really, really complicated. We need to go get 40 blocks of bark. This is actually a lot easier than it sounds. Yep. Right now it's just kind of teaching you what you need to do. But like, if you can look carefully here, and I can drop each of the layers, you can see just how deeply involved even this first part is. And this is just a third of the total tree. So it's really, really good that the NPCs are going to be building it for you. I need to go to Bodkin Archer's place. And the quickest way to get there is from the church. I really, really like the way they did that, because it really feels impactful when you have such a huge, ornate final thing you need to build. But if you actually had to build it yourself and only yourself, it would be a nightmare. And this is why it's a lot less bad than it sounds. Because with the new bash that Malroth taught us, we can break stuff really fast. Like one tree and we're already almost there. So of course, once again, irritating enemy spawns get in the way. And that's enough. Later, losers! Oh, for some reason I read that as 36, not 46. Oh, whatever. So we just need to do the first layer of bark. Also, you notice that different types of blocks have different coloring. So these two separate ladders, or not ladders, staircases, start on these two little more cream-colored ones. We can just kind of ignore those. And it's not even really finishing the full layer, because you're 3 short of the full layer. Which I don't know why they did that. We showed them how to put a block down. Okie dokie. I do love the blueprints in this game, though. They really are highly detailed. They make it very easy to figure out how you're supposed to do something. Harry, Clayton, and Saffron have come back now. I mean, I can tell you 3 look like you're about to keel over. And you put a chest on thin air. Okay, so one thing I guess I should point out is that NPCs in these scripted areas will place a chest where the chest is supposed to go. It doesn't really check if the ground or anything is still there. So you'll get things like this, where there's a floating chest. Are you guys really okay? Maybe you should, like, lay down for a minute? Because you kind of sound like you could use it. Guys, okay. Maybe take a nap in the dormitory instead of out in the middle of the trench, but you do you. Yeah, like I said, for anything not these 3 tiers, you have to provide them with the materials. I don't think they will not actually build things on their own, either, which is really kind of irritating. But oh well, what are you gonna do? Also, yeah, he's not kidding here. They will not, even if you put the heartwood in the chest, they will not put it down. You have to place it yourself to finish the blueprint. And I finished the quest and immediately thrown into another cutscene. At least Bonanzo is actually doing work. I can't fault anybody in this section. Everybody's passionate about getting this done. I'm gonna place these 3 down because it just bugs me. Now you can see they're all running to grab the chest. And soon enough, blocks start appearing. Also going to set another thing of earth underneath that chest because the magical floating chest is kind of funny, but it bugs me a teeny bit. There we go. So yeah, the NPCs are building, and they build quite quickly. Thankfully, the game is not going to make us sit and wait while they build stuff. Oh, I did not mean to talk to Rosie. You know... There we go. So flowers! Flowers are the key to ultimate power. That's good to know. Also, weirdly enough, those like blue orb flowers are genuinely flowers and nobody ever mentions them and they don't count for anything. Which I've always found kind of curious. Fair enough! We'll be investigating these islands one at a time. Also, I love how Pi is just sleeping and completely ignoring everybody else. Gotta get out of the blueprint. Also, blueprints have to be square. Well, they don't have to be square, they can be rectangular, but I don't know why it's fully covering that area around the Dia tree like that. You can see our first target is towards the west, just right there. But why in the trench where everybody is building? Why not just go sleep by the builder bell or something? Also, since it's technically night, all the monsters are still asleep, so we can just sprint right past them. Also, the Windbreaker makes it so easy to get around. Especially because Malroth will just teleport to you if he gets too far away, so even if you clip him, he'll just come back. This is interesting. No, this was... a lame present. This is more valuable than that. Okay, I guess that's fair. I can't think of an argument to that. I have no idea why they give you a stone sword. You can literally walk out, smash one rock, and you'll have enough for like 2 or 3 swords. It's not a reward in any stretch of the means. Like, this is one of those games where the base level healing item would be an extremely useful reward because they're kind of annoying to get. And it doesn't give you that. This is the white flowers. Off we go! Oh, I guess I was wrong about the spoil spores thing. That's kind of stupid considering we killed the source of the ill wind. But I guess, sure. They can just pop, I don't really care. I mean, if I don't get back there soon enough, they can. I could just straight up let them pop and then fix it later. That wouldn't be too hard. Here's the Elder we need to talk about. Also, he has a flower plate thing? I don't know what to call that. Back over there. Do builders actually have like a unique smell? Why? What about being a builder gives somebody a change in their scent? So if one of these islands is going to be the Bodkin archers, and then a third will be the humans. Suppose. Here's our first flower type, milk blossoms. I genuinely thought that the spoil spores would stop when you got rid of the old Dia tree, but I guess they'll just... You have an infinite ill wind going on until you finish this section. I guess? Does specializing in building somehow change part of your blood like learning magic would? Alright, let's get stupid. Oh, I got a pumpkin seed there. Luckily these things can't spawn indoors, so that cuts down on the, Okay, really? Boars are just jerks. Major jerks! Look where this one is! It literally took out the scarecrow! Or did it? Yeah, it just flat out telefragged the scarecrow. Alright, see you in a bit, Oreo. Or did I have? Apparently I have some. Yeah, that's definitely what happened. I'm just confused as to where the other ones came from, because I don't remember making that many excess scarecrows. Maybe one, but I don't Oh, two? Well. Doesn't really matter. Oh, yeah, okay, that makes more sense. I definitely had a spare for when I did the little field in the ground to get to the 250 squares, because these didn't quite cover enough and I didn't want to mess with the fields again. Not a huge deal. I can just pop them in a chest or trash them or whatever. It doesn't really matter. Alright. We got all the foods. Looks like heartwood is the only thing that's left to be placed. One dead center here. Boop. I guess that's also something I could just use it when I get home. Yeah, that's a good point. Since I'm not going to be taking the scarecrows from here. Found milk blossom seeds. So if this whole thing of flowers powering the Dia tree is true, I got something. So it really bugs me he doesn't use those blue flowers. Found rats? I guess that's good. I really wish they would have just given this covenant a name. Because having people constantly say, the covenant between the humans and the fat rats and the bodkins is really grinding on my nerves. Or how about the covenant between the three races or something like that? Why do you constantly have to spell it out? Yeah. We're way ahead of you on that, Rosie, I promise. I think I actually have to talk to Wrigley before I can put these down. Yep. So Wrigley, one nifty thing about Wrigley is if he does stuff like this, you can see he actually has his full-length body. It's not just erased when he's under the ground. It's even animated. I always found that kind of nifty. Alright. Also, I'm nearly starving again, so let's, go ahead and scarf down some bread. You get 10 flowers and you only ever use, I think, 4. So they give you plenty to have some spares to take home with you. Also, flowers don't normally grow this fast, as you can probably guess. It's the Dia tree making them immediately sprout. They don't take that long to grow, though. And so there's not really any reason to break flowers. You will only get the flower seed back, so if you plant the flower, just leave it there. Don't hit it or anything. They're really tiny, though. I guess she's right. She's only seen pretty big plants. Oxyflower? First of all, Malroth, don't be mean. Second of all, what does that even mean? See, you like it anyway. Don't pretend you don't. Malroth, don't be fucking idiot. We know the flowers are important. I thought he was just saying something like silly, but you were literally there when they said how important the flowers were. Good or bad, Malroth? Because cutscene, I'm going to tentatively assume good? Oh yes, that's good. That's very good. So I believe spoil spores can no longer spawn in the lit area. I love that Malroth can just sense everything that's going on. This is a pretty impressive aura, I have to admit. These heart blocks do some magic if it's shining this much and it's only a third built. So blueprint number 2. This blueprint actually includes the one we did before. Which is kinda nifty. They're gonna have a lot of building on their hands to get that, though. That's about twice the size of the original. Aw, Pi likes it. Yeah, they gathered everything for the tree, so that's nice. Well, I need to go to another one of those chromatic Ks, so... Good point, good point. Who's got the next quest for us? Burgley. I think he'll actually have all 3, because I think only he knows where the chromatic caves are. Okay, to the tomato farm again. And the east part of that land. Okay, easy enough. First, I'm going to take advantage of this little patch of green here. Get myself some more medicine. See that? Yeah, you can see why mass building the cheaper option is usually better. As much as I would love to have the stronger medicine, you just don't really get enough materials to make it worthwhile. Or you don't get enough of it often enough, I think is the word I was looking for. Alright. Now that we are out of plot land, as promised, let's start making this place green. I'm not gonna have enough to fully green it. Because you might notice everybody is hyper-focused on building the Dia tree. But I will do as much as I can. Also, you can set actually a lot of these up in a row, and Wrigley will still work with it. Pretty useful. Yeah, pretty much. But I promised I would make this place as green as I could with all these worm food, and dang nabbit, I'm gonna keep my promise. Also, here's the funny thing about the worm food. Look down there. What do you see? Yeah, that's a flower. When you use the basic worm food, it has a chance of spawning flowers. As well as the medicinal bushes and everything. I believe Wrigley can only spawn the flowers that you have currently unlocked. Because if you do this earlier on, he will actually not spawn any flowers at all, I think? Because if he did, you could just skip the entire quest and just put the flowers up from where you made the meadows. And it would feel kind of weird if you could just suddenly take these super important flowers for no discernible reason. I'll go ahead and leave the bathhouse dirt because I forgot to put an actual floor there. But that looks better anyway. I say purely to get out of doing more work for myself. This is a really good reason that you want to green the area, though, is you get so many medicinal shrubs if you do. It really helps a ton. Also, I feel like they're just kind of staring at me right now, like, weren't you supposed to go get flowers or something? Like, I'm pretty sure that Wrigley and Rosie asked you to do something. Why are you still here? Also, do thing with the blueprint, you can see it go up in completion, which I always kind of liked. Also, one thing about grass is that it will actually spread to dirt. So if you do stuff like this, you notice that I have that little strip of dirt right there. I don't have to get another worm food and sacrifice it just to make grass there. The grass will spread to that little spot all by itself. I think the only rule is that it can't spread up or down. It can only spread on the sides. I love the Dia tree, but holy crap, it's getting hard to see. Shut up. There we go. If I put it there, it hits more of the Dia tree area. Sorry, Malroth. Dia tree, I love you, but I can't see. Go, that's another good section. He sure did. think here, yep, that's the last bit I can get Wrigley to properly grow because I have no more the worm food. I believe I need to just put the one there again. Yep. Oh. To be fair, I think I grasped the most important parts of Furrowfield, so that blueprint is finished, and Wrigley is also finished. Works farm. Head out from there. I see the path. So go out like we're going to Bodkin Archer's place. Then head north. Ow. Seriously, the hitbox on those things are a little wonky. Yes! I don't know why, but it's just so great. I think all the orcs really like it, because that's where you get a bunch of the seeds from, with these boss orcs. You just keep killing them and they'll give you more and more seeds. So here's yellow flowers. Also, this pink-purple thing really makes the ocean look intimidating, I'm not gonna lie. I mean, technically it makes everything look intimidating, but the ocean in particular looks, kinda scary. Bottomless swamp, no swimming. I'm not actually sure if that's true, I've never tried, but it probably is. Ooh, Malroth's mad now. One over here somewhere? Ah, he's right up there. Oh, come on! That was just rude! Crap. So is the constant paralysis, where I can neither swing my weapon nor move. Always love it when they introduce a stats effect you can't do anything about. Last one is here. Malroth's going after it with a vengeance. There it is. Please die and stay dead. And there's actually one way, way over here. Fantastic. There. Oh yeah, notice how that treasure chest was glowing? If a chest will not let you get what's inside of it until you finish up with something, it will actually be locked and it'll have a skull and crossbones motif. I'm just imagining this dude screaming at the top of his lungs for us to hear him. Thank you, humans! What? Thank you, humans! think I just dropped Malroth into the thorns. Sorry about that, Malroth. We will eventually see a locked chest close up, so you didn't miss anything. Daffo Daisy? I don't want to talk to him. I want to open the chest. Thank you. Daffo Daisies are exactly like milk blossoms, except they're yellow. There is unfortunately not very much variety in flower models. About 90% of the flowers are all going to be what you've seen, just of various shades and colors. Which isn't a bad thing, it's just not actually varied. I don't really know what I was trying to go for there, but I've got my least favorite flowers in the entire game. I'm just not really a fan of yellow flowers. I couldn't give you a reason for it or anything, I've just never really liked the way the color looks. I have that same issue in Animal Crossing. The yellow flowers are just kind of eh. Also, Pi found herself a nice little plant to sleep on over there, I see. I got him before he dove. That's a good point, Malroth. Aha, so that's what they're trying to do. Malroth, no! Don't take tips from the children of Hargon. I would do that, but I mean, they're totally bad. We need to stop them. Easy enough. Yeah, scale way back up on the tree. Then, flower seeds. Assuming the game will cooperate. Now we have yellow flowers. I will say the yellow flowers in this game look better than they do in most games, but they're still my least favorite. Flowers are pretty delicate, Malroth, but I'm sure you like them enough because of the smell. And there goes the Dia tree getting powered up again. Jeez. I mean, technically everybody probably felt that at the same time, but I like to think Malroth feels everything before anybody else notices it's there. And the lit area expands! Oh? Also, how is a breeze coming off a tree? Like, I legitimately can't quite parse that mentally. Puppy's happy. And we're almost done with the Dia tree. Alright. Final blueprint. What do we got? Got, whatever that is. Okay. That doesn't quite look like the top of a tree, but maybe that's just me. Yeah, that's very true. Dix, do you actually know how treetops look? I'd be very worried about you if you didn't. I mean, that's not everything that blooms or bears fruit, but sure. I believe this is... yeah. So anything with 3 stars is completely unique to the chapter that it's in. We will make one of these Water of Lives to use for the Dia tree, and then we will never be allowed to make this again. The nice thing is that this will not show up in our basic crafting, it will only show up in our lists. Like the completion of all of the recipes you've learned lists, but because we can't make them again, they're not going to show up again. I think, in fact, they only show up on the chapter you can use them on, which is really nice. Yes! That's, a little weird. How there's clear water under a bog, I couldn't tell you. So one little tip on this water, when you get the water, make absolutely sure that you put a little bit of it down somewhere. Because if you scoop up muddy water by accident and you don't have anywhere else nearby that you've put this pure water in, you'll have to go and find the underground thing by yourself to get more pure water. And this time you'll have to do it without a map marker. Yeah, you technically could go grab that the moment you get the bottomless pot. Nothing is stopping you. So I don't know what Bonazzo says if you tell him you've already found it. Yep. Yep, you can. Also, don't put it anywhere that has spoiled soil because that will turn it into muddy water. I like to dump it in the trench around the Dia tree personally, because that's away from the farm, so you don't have to worry about scooping up farm water, and it's out of the way of anything else because you wouldn't want to build anything in the trench anyway. Before I do anything else, though, there's something that I want to do in preparation. I'm gonna go up here. Plug this hole. I said I'm going to plug the hole. Alright. We'll do it that way then, if you're going to be ornery about it. Because I'm going to fill this up with pure water instead of that yucky muddy water. I'm not going to bother doing that for the fields, because that would be too much work. For something I'm going to leave behind, but I will do it for that. Yeah, that's something the game will not teach you that you can do until later on, but if you put at least one block of water up against the edges and then put a ladder there, it will turn it into a pool. Which I actually have to do that now, because that just sounds fantastic. You get a lot of gratitude because they will swim in the pool without any other prompting. So it's really, really good for if you want to just get gratitude for not doing anything. The water. There's the final flower seed. Well, we're going to go pick up the final flower seeds first. Because that's actually where the final mini medal shrine also is. Need to go west. Let's go talk to them and tell these guys about Pastor Al. Hey, buddy. Oh, we don't get any new dialogue. I could have sworn you got new dialogue from these guys after Pastor Al was killed. This is another reason the Windbreaker is the best tool in the game. Look how much faster we're covering ground by doing this. Just look at how much faster and easier you go. An exclamation. Quest. Excuse y'all. I need to talk to the rat. They're anti-rat, but they were perfectly happy to just leave you there. Okay? This is actually really good because grass seeds are one of the most useful things when you're first setting up the Isle of Awakening. I think I can spare 20. I've got like, what, 400? We'll be making good use of those later on. Oh yeah, we know him. He was basically completely worthless. I mean, I guess he kinda inspired us to make the worm food material, but I mean... we helped him out and he didn't give us a thing for it, so... he's a jerk. Hey, level up! I got another new thing. Probably a weapon for somebody. Oh, it's a shield! Okay. Shields are exactly what you think shields are. They're just there for extra defense. They go into their own slot and they can be used with any weapon in the game. So there's never a reason to not use a shield. Ugh. Find a way to get up. It is easier said than done. I'm not sure where the actual path up is, but luckily we're a builder. We can make our own path up. There's a much better way of doing it, but I don't have what I need for that right now. So this is just the simplest way to scale mountain. Also, I love I'm just like randomly plucking it from behind everything else. The easiest way to scale mountains is just to make like 999 ladders. I'm going the wrong way. No, I'm going the right way. Oh, I see where I got turned around. Yeah, the easiest way is just to make like 999 ladders and then just scale while placing ladders, because you can place a ladder directly above you while hanging onto a ladder. If you just hold up and then hold X, you can scale a mountain within a couple seconds. It's really fantastic. Of course. I don't think this is where I was supposed to get to. Okay, no, I was in fact going the completely wrong way, apparently. And I ended up scaling all the way back to the water area. Also, you can cancel and then re-pull out the windbreaker to fall faster if you want. Well, we're here, we might as well pick it up. I was wondering why I wasn't seeing the way to scale up. It's because I was going to the completely wrong objective. So this, you can probably guess from this. Fall in the water. Also, you cannot actually change your equipment until you are sitting and you are standing still on the ground. don't think this is the right way. I need to go down. Yeah, here it is. I remember you did have to burrow a little bit to get in, but I was a bit too high. Go up to your pot and come up here. And look at that, you got a shrine full of clean water. Also, Malroth calling it a bit different just proves he's never actually seen normal clean water in his life. This is the first time. Then he immediately jumps in it for a bath. Malroth! Well, okay, go ahead. Let's try this again. With us going the wrong way this time. Oh, I don't blame him whatsoever. I'm just thinking it probably wasn't the best place to bathe since that's the source of all pure water, but I can just get the mucky water out and like dump it in the swamp. This is where we started to scale, but I went the wrong way. Go all the way west instead of turning east. Also, you get a tiny bit of height when using the windbreaker, so it's actually really good for really enclosed spaces like this. Because you can gain that itsy bitsy bit of height. Might just be enough height for you to get up on the block. Am I at the wrong spot? There's not a sign here, so this is not where I need to glide to get over there. And in fact, I don't think I could make it if I glide get over there from here. Oh, there is no sign for this area. I mean, I guess I'll try. Oh, I see. Okay. I gotcha, I gotcha. Here is the sign. For some reason. The final flower color is pink. There are... I have to go that way. Yeah, I have to glide further west. There are red, black, and green and blue. There are red, black, green, and blue, along with pink, white, and yellow. I think there's another color, but I don't remember what it is, if there is. Pretty sure this is not technically how the windbreaker is supposed to work. Also, yes, even the summoned little ants drop wheat seeds. So if you really wanted to farm wheat seeds, you could just find a few of these big ones and let them just keep summoning over and over until you had as many wheat seeds as you want. But these ants are unfortunately and deeply irritatingly common spawn on the Isle of Awakening. To the point that I was overstocked on wheat seeds, and I mean massively overstocked on wheat seeds. And I wasn't even trying. Purple, that was the other color. Yeah, you do, but I mean, it's an option. Excuse me. Ooh, chest. Thanks. Okay, we'll have a use for this later on, so that's pretty good. Well, this isn't great. Oh yeah, that's a really good point. Especially because of the issue that the games I play keep swapping which of the shoulder buttons is sprint. I really wish we would have assimilated a universal sprint like we assimilated a generally universally meaning jump. Though it doesn't anymore, which is kind of annoying, but... Poor lady. At least she had her slime friend the whole time. We just pop behind the waterfall and behind here somewhere. Chest. There it is. And because I was in first person mode, we didn't get to see it at all. You do get a much closer view of people's faces in first person while in a cutscene, though. I just don't like first person because you can see it basically hides everything that's going on. Also, I don't know what happens if you come to each of these islands early, because they technically unlock the moment you get the Windbreaker. I would assume if it's anything like the rest of the game, they'll tell you to go find the flower and then immediately go, oh, you found the flower! I think it's bounty, not bouncy. Is there? Oh, yes! Yes, there is. Thank you for that reminder, because I almost walked off without doing that. So the final shrine is actually outside of here. We need to step out of the cave system. Assuming I can find my way out. Also, interesting enough, this is actual clean dirt if you look carefully at it. So the shrine is somewhere along the edge. Check my gut. Further up north. A little bit higher, I think? It is really, really hard to tell. Because even guides that give you, like, all the maps and everything cannot tell you elevation. I would assume it would be up high. Save real quick and then I'll drop. Definitely in the cliff wall. What I'm looking at. Be right on top of it. But I don't see it anywhere. Maybe it's inside. It looked like it was just outside at dark, but maybe it is actually inside. Well, annoying things that happens is sometimes the windbreaker will not deploy when you hit A, if you only have a shortfall. Let's see. Just in here somewhere. No? There's absolutely nothing in here that looks even remotely like I could get to the shrine. It literally just says, come to this island. Okay, I don't know what's going on. I'm going to just reload because I don't want to reclimb the whole thing. Oh yeah, it's just fog. Like, it's gotta be outside, but I'm literally right on top of where it tells me to go and I cannot see it. Wait a minute. Up. Okay, so it is the westernmost because it needs east at the top, but you'll be at the very bottom of the minimap. So it's down. It is down here somewhere. Right below me? It's on the exact other side over here. Alright. Really wish people would just give an accurate spot, like exactly on the little sprite mini-map because it's so easier to see. There it is! Also, this is another easy one, just fill both areas with water. So since you can see that spoiled soil, yeah, put in clean water. Didn't turn muddy. That's a surprise. It was supposed to. Huh. Supposed to turn muddy when it touches spoiled soil, but I guess it didn't. Anyways, there we go. You can see we have 10 mini medals now. That is the last mini medal in the entirety of Furrowfield, so we are done. Also, you might have noticed briefly it said it had like 13 over 100 rooms. You can only build 100 rooms total in an island. And yes, the entirety of the Isle of Awakening counts for the whole 100. It's a little irritating, but you have to be careful of it. So if you're going to build buildings for the look and not for them to be functional, make sure to take off one of the bricks on the first 2 layers of the wall so that it's broken and doesn't count as a room. I feel kind of silly that I couldn't read the map that well, but really just please post it on the Sprite minimap, guys. Come on. I find it really hard to well, I guess they could be hunters? No, they couldn't be hunters. There's none of the monsters you can eat here on this island. So maybe they just moved out or something? I don't know. Oh yeah, I'm just saying is that if they actually put it on the Sprite minimap, you could much, much more easily compare your surroundings. Because the Sprite minimap is so very simple and clear. You know, Malroth's got... I understand why they gave up hope, but Malroth also kind of has... a point here. Like, you can't completely dismiss a person's feelings if their hopes are built up, but at the same time, even if it's hard, sometimes you just have to hang on to everything you can find. Before I do anything else. I am filling this trench with the clean water. And they're all happy because I made a pool because of that ladder. So now if I ever mess up, there's water right there I can use. I put a block right here. And it'll pour down and give everybody pure water for watering plants. They don't need it, it's just a nice touch, I think. Also, to show Oreo, I put this up earlier when Clayton was giving us crap. They are still building the blueprint, I think. Well, they put the last bit of the blueprint just now, I believe. So for the Dia tree, you want to pour water into these little spots. And this is why you want the trench. Notice how it flows down into the trench? It's okay if the trench has some water in it, it won't flood if that happens, but if you don't have the trench at all, it will flood your town. I found that out the hard way the first time we did this. First time I did this. That's why you always want to leave the trench alone. There. That should flow outwards. Yep. Final bit goes right here. That too should start to flow downwards. And we have a tree with literal waterfalls coming off it. It's quite lovely. Oh, Clayton, you're alright. You're kind of a jerk, but I like you anyway. Also, how are you guys standing on leaves? That seems like that should not be possible. To place the... The rest of them are for me. I love just watching them, like, scramble up the steps to get up here. Dirt lush? Malroth is super sweet. He's kind of a jerk, but it's mostly because he doesn't know any better. Once he actually sees how people act, he's totally darling. I really love the look of that waterfall. It might be blocky, but dang if it ain't pretty. Ah, okay. I've actually missed a spot to put water in. Here we go. Water in there, and that should make that start flowing down. I'll take a look at it from the floor once I talk to, Bonzo here. No. No, 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 no. Absolutely not. No. Unfortunately, you do not actually get to pick and choose who comes to your island. It is set who comes and who does not come, and you have literally no choice in the matter. Oh, Bonanzo knows how to teleport. That's a little concerning. Also, since I was down here, we didn't get to see the flowers up there, but that's okay. Also, I completely forgot that apparently there were spoil spores here on the farm. But I don't see anywhere they would have spawned. Oh, camera. There you go. I mean, is it complete? This seems kind of underwhelming for a deity, for a god tree. I mean, maybe the fact that we know that we're actively told we needed to do more? Also, if you look carefully outside of the bounds of our base, you might notice the fact that everywhere in the light is now actually dirt. Also, Wrigley is apparently gigantically long if you look at him carefully down there. So we gotta kill the brainy baboon. And it seems he might be coming sooner rather than later from how Malroth is acting. Oh, and there's the earthquake. Yep. Real quick, take a good look at our handiwork here. Dang, it's a lovely looking thing, I think. Yeah, here, as you can see, the water pouring down filled the trench. Again, if you do not have this trench open, you will flood your town. I'm gonna go ahead and finish it off, though. Step one, I'm gonna gather all of medicinal herbs I can find. I'm probably not going to need anywhere near as many of the healing items as I have. But they're here, so why not? Also, we still have no new fighters. So... It really does make me feel better. Also, I should actually probably craft these before I fight. Picking them up's not enough. I think one of the major problems I have with medicinal herbs and not using them as much as I probably should is the fact that you can't take them with you into new areas. And the second and third chapter do not have anywhere even remotely the amount that we found right now. Like, you see we have like maybe about 10 bushes in the base. The other chapters will not have even close to that many. You are completely on your own for finding them again, so they just kind of fall by the wayside and you never use them. So here is how the end of chapter sections go. First of all, you have a basic scripted wave, which works exactly like every other scripted wave we've seen so far. Yep. Yep, that was cheap, hey! And for some reason, the windbreaker did not trigger again. I don't know why, it just sometimes will refuse to trigger. But yeah, step one is we need to get through a few basic attack waves. The one problem with the monster pit is that, they'll kind of screw up your NPCs as well. The slightly good news is the fact that we will not use a pit in Chapter 2 because there's literally nothing that we can make the pit with. And in Chapter 4, Chapter 3 we won't need a pit for the same reason. There's nothing that you can do to make a pit because you don't have the materials. And in Chapter 4, we will get something better than the vines to make the pit with. Chapter 4 will basically give us a way to trap a pit that will not hurt the NPCs. So you only really have to deal with it this one time around. Whoop. Oh dear. Yeah, I do about 15 damage every swing, roughly. And I do 32 when I do the spin, so yeah, I get more damage just spamming the attack button than I do trying to time the spin. It's really, really worthless of a skill. The only time it has any use is if you're surrounded by enemies, and then you don't want to wait to charge up the spin because at least half of them will probably be attacking you. That said, there is a weapon later on that will increase the damage you deal when you use a spin. So in that case, it becomes somewhat worth it. There you go, guys. Way to get down. Because I'm not going down there. Okay, there's a way right there. You can... There! They won't willingly go into the spikes. I mean, I don't really blame them, but it's kind of funny. Whoa, no you don't. Okay, this is really just sad at this point. I mean, it's kind of funny in a, I guess, a Benny Hill sort of way, but... Malroth hurt? No, he's not hurt. I wanted to test my theory if using an herb would heal Malroth as well. There he goes. Step on the rake, ow! Step on the rake, ow! Step on the rake, ow! Oh, the baboon reached high enough to break the, toilet. I hate baboons and I hate skeletons. I hate anything that will actually break your blocks. And that's actually one of the reasons Chapter 4 is so god-awful terrible. Because it lies to you. I'm just gonna flat out say it because it's not a plot spoiler. But when you enter Chapter 4, it tells you these are blocks that monsters can't break. And then you get to the very next section of the plot immediately after you were told that, and you get monsters that can break the blocks you were given. So you had fully one small section where you got blocks that could not be broken by monsters, and then it gets taken away from you. And like I guess the intent is to make the monsters seem like, ooh, scary, these monsters can break blocks, but it just feels frustrating and makes the whole chapter feel like a lie. There he goes, down the pit. I'm just gonna watch from up here. I'm sure there's like a much neater way to do this, where you can get people out of the pit and get them into beds and then they can jump back in, but I don't know how to make it work. My best guess is maybe if you didn't trap the pit, you could just make a pit for them to fight in. Also, I called it. It was in fact true that As soon as I actually made the pit, there were no longer any monsters of random spawns that would actually fall into the pit. Also, if you can probably guess, but you lose the fight if your base is ever at 0%. I don't know what happens when that happens. I do know if you completely run out of HP, then nothing will happen. Like, you'll just be brought back to town. You don't game over or anything. But I don't know what happens if you lose by base destruction. So once you finish the waves, you will get a chance to save, regroup, heal, and everything. And then the boss fight comes. But the boss fight has one unique little thing that I've always really liked. Malroth has officially adopted the whole island. So when a boss comes, they actually change the whole area in front of your base to a very specific type of battlefield. Yes, if you actually built something that far outside of the base, and I don't know why you would, but if you did, the NPCs will fix it because the entire area is restored to how it was before. But I really like that they do this to make absolutely sure you don't have anything in the way when you fight the boss. Also, as you can probably guess, bosses aren't... I guess. Yeah. As you can probably guess, bosses are not a thing where you just stand there and spam the attack button and try not to get hit too much. Bosses actually have a gimmick and a thing you need to do, which makes them infinitely more interesting than literally every other combat in the entire game. So step one, get out and get out of his way. This first attack has to succeed. You have no choice but to let it succeed. Because you don't have a way to stop him right now. Also, I'm going to have to lay down a bunch of bricks to let everyone get in because he smashed the bridge. There, now everyone can actually get to the proper field, which is good because that's precisely what we want. You can see the brainy baboon is over here. You might notice something else on the field. Now they got that baboon killed. When you kill the wave of monsters, I'm not actually. It does not actually count for it does not actually account for gaps. It's just that the area the brainy bad boon sets up is so far ahead of the farm, it doesn't touch the gap. If you haven't figured out what to do yet, Malroth flat out tells you. I don't actually like that he does that for this fight. For the second fight, it makes sense because, you kind of need to know. And for the other fights, it also makes sense for the same reason. But I wish they just let you figure this one out. You want to trip up the bad boon and start attacking him like mad. And I think he destroyed all the ladders. No, everybody's just stuck because of the vines. Alright, you know what? New plan. New plan I'm going to attempt. The monsters don't stop me. Seriously, y'all, screw off. Alright, you know what? That works. Thanks for your help, buddy boy. No, I'm not complaining about being attacked in a wave. I guess technically I am, but at least it's logical to be attacked here. I really need to get the stairs back up. There, everyone has a way up. The brainy bad boon is not stupid. You put that down, he starts to spin. Then he tricks you and goes in a different direction. It's actually random whether or not it's not random whether or not he'll do that. I think it's random which direction he'll go in for that. And I think I've seen him do it twice. Oof. Oh, it is fixed. Okay. Now here's a good time to test this. Does not heal Malroth. I thought there was some way we actually could heal Malroth, but I guess not. Oh no, you don't have to put the spin down to provoke him into moving. I just put it down there for demonstrations. Hey look, it's a boss that didn't actually forget about that one boss ability he had. Yes, these are homing, but you can dodge them by just walking at a brisk pace. So if you have sprint meter, there is really no way you should get hit when he fires the individual ones. This can be a bit tricky, but it gives you plenty of room to maneuver. You are, but it's not slow enough to, like, actually noticeably detriment you. Oh, sneaky little snot, aren't you? Forgot he did that. I love the fact he loses a huge amount of his HP when he drops on his head. And that's all she wrote. Get out! And we hit the max level for this chapter. You can even see if you look up there on the EXP bar, it says level 10 max. I will not be able to even start gaining EXP until I unlock the next 10 levels. Which I believe will be in chapter 2. Victory, and with only a minimal amount of damage to the base. To the poor Deatree. Seriously, the whole NPCs fixing the base after a fight was really, really a brilliant idea. Apparently Rosie was storing one of each of what we needed to make the Water of Life. I think she does that purely so that you don't have to sit and wait for it. Because if you used all of the food, then you might have to just kind of sit and wait. What was that one? Though why she gives you 3 of each, I'm not certain, because you can see you need the Leaf of Life and 1 of every crop you grow. And yet, for the final item in every chapter, you have a unique animation for building it. Hey, Malroth! Camera. There we go. I kind of wish we could make a furniture decoration based off this, because I feel like it would be really gorgeous looking. Also, I'm way too zoomed in, camera. This is what I mean about the camera sometimes sticking. So we need to put it... way up here at the top. All the way at the top of the Deatree. That makes it an actual tree! Well, more that it adds the leafy dome to it. Also, I'm just gonna say, what you're seeing right now, this is a lie. This doesn't actually happen. And you can immediately see behind us that it didn't actually happen. I guess I get why, in case you want to come here for spoiled soil, but like there's literally no reason for them to do that because we're going to get a much easier source very soon. But, hey, the tree does talk to us. Yep, reincarnation it was. This just basically means that the spoil spores will no longer spawn. Because the tree is lying and it didn't actually cleanse the island whatsoever. A banquet we will not be participating in or seeing in any way or shape or form. get a much more upbeat song. I think. I'm pretty sure this is new. Just rude, Brittany. My feelings are hurt now. Jeez. Yeah, they did. I didn't notice that either. I'll grab the seeds once I can move. Why don't you stay here and be mayor? Really mean to talk to you, but okay. Go ahead and grab those and then talk to Rosie. Yeah, Malroth just knows at this point there's no point in arguing. He's gonna do what he's gonna do. Go ahead and put this down. I forgot you got a spare of the heartwood. Also, once you're in the final spot here, Malroth will stay like glued to you. For anything else, I'm gonna take all the seeds with me. Also, apparently, if the seed was going to expire, it actually will not spit out a seed when you harvest it. That's kind of great. Anyways, I'm not gonna take anything else, but seeds are a pain in the butt to come by, so I'm taking every one I can get. Maybe they are. Yeah, no, I'm sorry, that's my mistake. They are spawning with it, it's just their icon is directly behind the foods icon, so it's really difficult to see. I'm just remembering, the Hi, I'm Daisy comic. Like, hey, we're back! Oh crap, I forgot about you. Except in that case, Chie was actually a likable character that people, cared about. Also, apparently, I guess there was a spoil spore in the pumpkin field there? I can't think of any other reason there would be a flower. You know what? Forget the planting poles. I can just make more. Yeah, I normally don't take things after the fact with me because I like leaving the island when I finished it. But I'm not leaving seeds behind. That is not gonna happen. Alright, I have now gathered all the seeds. As well gather all the materials. And then we'll go and gather all the food. Oops. I probably could have used the bash, come to think of it. No. Okay, that's another major issue, and that's not actually this game. I absolutely despise it when games add the interact button and a major other use button and map it to the same thing. It is just, like, actively infuriating, and it makes you really mad at NPCs because in the NPC's case, if they're in the way, then you have to find a way to get rid of them because you can't just walk up and deal with the thing because the talk button is the same as your tool button. Anyways, let's see who wants to come back with us to the Isle of Awakening. Yes, you people did lots of work in the fight, I saw. Also, once again, this is a but thou must, so I don't even know why they bother to put the choice there. You have to bring her, you don't have a choice. Like I said before. Oh, they absolutely did wonderful things to the waves, they just didn't do crap to the brainy baboon. Well, I guess you're right, they did help us whittle it down when it was already in the red health. I give them a hard time, but I'm really, really glad the NPCs are around. It's so nice having help. I like Clayton a lot. Saffron. I mean, that would be the smart thing to do. That's really adorable, Saffron. We look off the boat, we see all these spoil spores, and Nyx just leans in and goes, "Abort, Brownbeard! Abort! Go back home!" Well, Perry, stop. Well, you know what? I was gonna say stop frolicking in the god tree water, but that's probably what it's there for. Malroth? Also, I do believe Malroth was partly joking there, but when you combine it with a couple other things, I mentioned it before that Malroth's whole thing about the Empire of, what was it, Evisceration, tends to seem to be in response to Lulu's. And it does seem to be like he's trying to rile her up, but I think it's at the same time he's also very, very protective and possessive of the Builder. So Lulu's trying to, like, take over the island that he knows is the Builder's, and if she owns the island, then she'll be able to boss the Builder around. So Malroth instead tries to take over himself to stop Lulu from doing that. Because, again, possessive of the builder. That's generally how I've always read it as, especially because, as I said, or actually I don't think I said this, but Malroth never seems to bring that up unless it's directly in response to Lulu bringing it up. So it really does feel like he's mostly just doing it defensively to be possessive, while Lulu's just a brat. Puppy! Also, yes! Malroth keeps trying to make jokes and he doesn't and he's frustrated and confused as to why it doesn't work. You wanna come with us, Pie? Huh? Yeah, we don't get to take the dog. Which is very depressing when you think about it. But there'll be a way to fix this a little later. Although even the builder was just kind of hesitant on answering there. Oh god, Bonzo, stop! And then Lillian is the last one to talk to. They will not give us the dog, Oreo, but it'll be okay, I promise you. I know how to solve the problem. Lillian, love, you could come with me anywhere. You're adorable and sweet. That's everybody, so now we can talk to Rosie. But Rosie, you said you'd come with us. Oh, even Malroth is upset. Oh, she took after Pastoral more than just her skills. Now I feel sad. Poor Pastoral. I mean, how do we know that's the case? We just killed what was, in the grand scheme of things, a fairly low-level general. Also, here's the weird thing. I don't know why they keep saying Brownbeard sailed away. He didn't. He's at the dock at all points. I guess it's supposed to be a thing, like an explanation of why we... You know, I don't even really know. What's the point of having Brownbeard not be there? Like, can't you justify the fact that you can carry cargo by just have the boat damage every time you get to a new island because he doesn't know the waters? And when you finish the chapter, he's just repaired the boat? I mean, yeah, it's a repetitive thing for every time, but I mean, so is just, oh, I memorized the waters and now I can inexplicably carry cargo. Yeah, once you finish and you've got everyone who's coming with you, they all follow you in a line. Including Wrigley, though he's having some trouble down there. I think he's slowly being pushed into the wall. Yes, he is in fact very slowly being pushed into the wall. Poor Wrigley. It's actually not. You can go back and forth from this island if you want to. I've done it. Also, you see if you sprint because you get so far away, it kind of messes up the order that they're walking in. Case in point, now Malroth is back at the front. I mean, I might be remembering wrong, but I'm almost sure that I've actually gone back to the Isle of Awakening from Chapter 1. But, I mean, maybe you can't. Maybe I just remembered it wrong. Cheated in? Sure! Go ahead and check and tell me if that's true or not, because I'm really curious. Aw, everybody came to see us off. Well, most everybody. I'm sure there's some NPCs in there that didn't. The generics, I mean. Also, that kind of looks like a soldier lineup with everybody in identical clothes. Yeah, good luck with that. I don't think it's a problem with Lillian. That girl pulls her weight. So we're now officially going off of Furrowfield, and we are at 4 hour and 27 mark. That was about 12 hours for that one chapter. Okay, I knew they felt long, but oh my lord, I didn't realize they were that long.